All right, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Wednesday, December the 3rd. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses and let me know you guys can hear me, see my screen. Thank you, William. A little late getting started this morning, guys. I had some problems with YouTube. So if anybody's in YouTube, please let me know if you can hear me and see my screen. Okay. Now, Bitcoin. Boy, what a nice back up to 93,000. So another 2,000 overnight for Bitcoin. So Bitcoin's having a nice recovery. Guys, I would watch American Eagle. I would watch AEO. Why? Well, it's an earnings play, but look what's happened with, now I'm not saying the same thing's going to happen, but look what's happened with Urban Outfitters, URBN, and also ANF since they released earnings, a couple of clothing retailers. So who knows? Maybe AEI is going to follow suit. It's had a great reaction to earnings so far, up 15%. So, for those of you who, kind of into swing trading, you might want to take a look at AEO, okay, as something a little longer term, just because of what happened with and the retail. Take a look at retail XRT. XRT is, it's still pretty strong over that 200-day moving average. So I would, I'm not sure if I'm live in YouTube. Guys, I don't think I'm in YouTube. I don't think I'm live on YouTube. I might have to do something again. I don't understand what's going on. All right, well, give me a moment. I'm going to have to try to start the stream again. I don't think nobody's saying. Oh, you are here. Okay. Oh, good. Okay. Thank you, Ty. You cannot hear, really. See, but not hear. Okay, well, that's on your end, Todd, because Pepe, who I trust, he says he can hear and see. So it must be on your end. Okay, might have to do a refresh. I had to launch YouTube a couple of times or the stream a couple of times for YouTube, but okay, good. All right, let's get into. It's interesting, guys. There's nothing up in a massive amount today so far. Look at this. The top one here is only 38%. And as you know, if you've been here for a few weeks, months, years, you know that we see a lot of stocks up 100 or 200% in the pre-market. So, CLNN, this is the only one. Well, the only one. When I said the only one, this is the top one. Now PMAX is the top one, only up 28%. But definitely, I'm going to be watching AEO. I want to. I'm not a swing trader, but I want to see how well this trades. Yeah, a little downturn in the market for some reason. Let me see if I can bring up the SPY and see if I get a little headline or something. Don't see anything. With the troubles I had this morning, I wasn't able to put in some of the other news things in the alerts. So I don't know. Maybe there's something newsworthy. Maybe on the economic calendar at 9 o'clock. Let me do a quick check. I just want to see if there's anything on the economic calendar. Don't see anything. At 9:15, we have industrial production, but I don't see anything other than that. And that's at 9:15. So I don't see anything that hit at 9 o'clock on the calendar anyway. But something, you're right, something is driving the market down. I mean, the market was up beautifully, 683, 680. Market was up 5 points. Still up, but let's see if this remains. But something you're right is driving this market down. Somebody's got to tell me why iRobot has been on a tear. Seriously, iRobot has been on a tear. I mean, I do see something about robotics being in favor again, but because I did see RR was up, or some kind of headline that robotics are in favor again, or there's going to be some news about robotics. So this is, but iRobot. I mean, that I don't know. Other than using them as a vacuum cleaner, what else? Guys, AHMA. Let's keep an eye on this one. So this is above the close of a couple of days ago now. This was the wild one 2 days ago, at up to 1733, having a run again. Yeah, I don't even see CLNN on here anymore. Poet is up. The Poet is up for some reason. Don't see any reason for it. I'm just checking quickly to see whether or not there's any specific news for Poet today. I don't see any. Yeah, that's what I saw, William. Some kind of a announcement from your government about robotics. But iRobot? But iRobot's been moving for several days now. Well, it started 2 days ago, got up to 254, but it did close down here at 169. This is the first day I remember. Then, of course, yesterday, and now today. I have this one still thumbnailed from yesterday, PLRZ, down 12%, but remember, it is still up. It's almost a double from the previous day's low or close. SMX, another wild one, guys. SMX is still hanging in there. Earnings play, Pure Storage, PSTG is an earnings play and getting thumped down on earnings. Okay, let's see if it holds 80. If it doesn't, this could be a great short. It's already down 15%. It's a big float, 310. So that's a big move with that float, 310 million in the float. And that is Pure Storage, PSTG. The next low looking left on a daily chart, a lot of room still, around 78, 77.99. So over a couple of dollars to the next low looking left on the daily chart for PSPG. Yeah, a lot of earnings plays. Marvel's another earnings play. MRVL, another earnings play. Hard to fade maybe with the market. Yeah, this is a giant. This is a giant red bar, guys. Nope. So this is stuck. It's obviously not up 2 points anymore. So yeah, that is a big move. That is a big move and a follow up now. So now the market that was nice, beautifully up, now is down 1.5 points. Pre-market actives. Pre-market actives up and down. That's what I basically use, Shadan. Okay, on my homepage. When the market at 9:30, I switched to other scanners, but this is basically what I use right here. What you see, if you can see my screen. Ah, there's the AHMA, guys. Ooh, boy. This is now above the high, or right at the high, right at the high of 2 days ago. IQ, by the way, I've been asking for you the last couple of days. That scanner does work. You get the buy flags in the pre-market. That does work. We were looking at it yesterday. We were asking about the trade wave. Okay. See, we got some right here, 8:30. So it does work in the pre-market. Yeah, so just click on my homepage link, Shadan, okay? I just put it in there. Click on my home. I'm talking to Shadan in our YouTube room. Just click on my homepage link. Scroll down. These are all everything. This part of the standards. Well, I'm sharing everything. Anything here is all you need is our standard product. But here they are. Pre-market actors up and down. Okay, right here. What alert window? This? No, not this. The other one. Oh, well, that's just your price alerts. Click on new and click on price alerts window, and then okay, it's setting up a price alert. It's just a matter of putting a price alert on the chart. So if you go to a chart, so say I want to put a price alert at 1753 for 8 HMA. If I can eyeball it, you see how I'm moving at a dotted line. If I right click, create the price alert, okay, and if I'm satisfied with that price, or I can type the price in and save it. Now that's all. That's it. When you if it hits that price, my price alert window is going to pop up on my screen. Yeah, those are just price alerts I'd set up many. I should get rid of some of them, but yeah, it's just your price alerts window. I'll get rid of these now. These are just ones that triggered yesterday, I guess. No, there's no link. There's no. They just these are your these are just. Don't worry about my price alerts. You just have to click on new and then price alerts window and set up your price alerts. Okay. A lot of these I should be deleting anyway. I would have created them a long time. Okay. You just and I yeah, it is wow. Oh, I got excited there, guys. I thought this was I thought this was my spy chart, and I completely recovered. But no, give me a moment. I have to change it to the spy and stop the symbol. I think. Okay. Well, let's see. KXIN. Talk about that one. I don't think. See any news on this one. KXIN. Yeah. So I've got my price alert still set up here. See if it takes that out again later on. AHMA. AHMA. We're getting a lot of candles like this now, big pop-ups, and look at this, ARTL, big pop-up, and then the big drop. Well, look at what the market does today, but I mean, this is an interesting one also, guys. I mean, look, the high over here is 403. We're at $4 right here. The next high looking left is 523 for QCLS. So a lot of volume, million shares. I don't see any news for it. I see no news for QCLS. It's a relatively recent IPO, I guess, 3 months ago. So I'm going to put a price alert up around this area, around 407, and see if it takes that out later. This one, I mean, this got up to 449 in the pre-market, and up here again, the next high looking left is 522. So I don't see any news on it though. Anybody have any news on QCLS? I just looked at my headlines and I interact with brokers. I don't see anything. Again, now depending what the market does, I mean, this AEO is really intriguing to me. If you missed what I was talking about, this is an earnings play, and I'm not saying it's going to do the same thing that Urban and ANF did. First of all, I think ANF. No. Well, okay. There's the QCLS. It did take out 407. It's remember AEO had earnings. I'm sorry, not AEO. ANF had earnings a few days ago, last week, I believe, and it is just run off that. And it's not like it had a lot of room to move. I mean, it just kept moving and moving and moving. So I'm not saying AEO is going to do the same thing, but and then Urban, the same thing. Urban, URBN, same thing. Urban. So I'm not saying AEO is going to do the same thing, but it looks similar. Big pop on earnings. I'm going to keep an eye on Janks today, guys. See JANX. I want to see if it has any sort of recovery, or is it just going to continue down? Oh, I don't know how. I have no faith. I have no. I'm just saying that it's a retailer. The last two retailers, Urban and ANF, did extremely well and just looks similar. That's all. I have no idea how high I think it can go. I mean, there's a monthly high up here at 25. I'm just saying it's similar to what happened with Urban and ANF off earnings. That's all, and how well they did after the earnings release, but not just the day out, but the following days. And so William is now doing a more detailed analysis. He said that Urban was way undervalued. Okay, so that's one reason why. How about ANF? And he said that AEO is only modestly undervalued, so maybe talking about the same. ANF, how about that one? ANF was up. So you think that AEO was only modestly undervalued, okay? Whereas the other two, Urban and ANF, were more undervalued. So that's doing some financial analysis, which I don't do at all. But thank you, William. Well, I can't tell you. Yeah, I mean, not every time you see a buy flag. Yeah, not every time you see a buy flag or a sell flag on your chart does it mean that it's going to show up in that trade wave. Because you're right, it has to meet some filter requirements too. Okay, it's like any other scan. So I mean, ARTL. What? Which one though? Which stock IQ? So ARTL at 8:30 met all the filter requirements. Yeah. So obviously AHMA did not for whatever reason. Or or as we've talked about, yeah. So at this point, it's probably what time was that? That was at 7:30. Yeah. So for whatever reason, it didn't meet the filter requirements. The relative volume, etc. Maybe even the volume itself. Now the volume is at probably was the volume. Okay, because right now the volume is 542,000, but on that buy flag right there, the volume is still pretty low. And I don't know what the minimum volume is in this, but it's probably higher than what it was. Okay, I'm sure that's it because volume, because the big volume boost happened after that, right on this bar right there. So I'm pretty sure it was the overall volume. You see, on this one, it showed up. There's the buy flag right there for PLRZ, and it showed up. Actually, I'm wrong. I'm sorry. That's 7:20. That's yesterday. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Excuse me. But see, it didn't show up. Obviously, there's some. But it does work in the pre-market now. We know that it does work. We were looking at this yesterday. It works in the pre-market. Probably the day that we were looking at it last week, it just meant that no stocks met the filter requirement. All right, William's going to keep the room open until 3:45 ish today. Thank you, William. I leave. Ooh, I got to get my layout. Just a minute, guys. Want to see my layout? Get my layout that I my 9:30 layout up and running. All right, guys. So this is what I use when I got my 9:30 layout. If you don't trade in the first 15 minutes, let me just do one thing here. All right. I think I talked about all these. Yeah, the QCLS. We talked about all these. These are the top six from that list before. I had 15 on the other one. If you mark that active up, these are the top six right now. And there's well, you see QCLS still. Yeah, I mean, I didn't take it. I had a fish alert around 407, but I didn't take it. Not shortable for me. BRR not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. So this is not going down. I don't know what happened here. Oh, this is a blank check company. Okay. Well, this QCLS, this was the one right off the bat anyway. Looks high looking left. I mean, I'm not saying it's getting there, but there it is. 694 on a weekly chart. Let's take a look at the weekly chart. 519. Okay. A little over 525 or so is the next high on the weekly chart. And there are shares available for me to short. Interesting at Interactive Brokers, 74,000, 72,000 right now. So if this runs out of steam, it'd be an interesting short, which the market's trying to come back perhaps after that maybe two giant 5 minute bars and on a third one, but now trying to come back. You know, like we went through this last week, I think. Okay, remember the buy flag is just we went through this last week. I thought. Yeah, I mean, this buy, it's something like this. There's a sell flag, a buy flag, a sell flag. I mean, it's oh, you're talking about the trade wave. Are you talking about the trade wave in the market strategies? Well, no, you have sells. I mean, you talk about, I don't understand what you're talking about. Reports. I can't really deal with this right now. Thank you. I'm sorry. You're talking about the reports. The reports have short and long. You're talking about this trade wave report. Okay, guys, market's open. Let's have a great trading day, everybody. I'm going to just get rid of this and this. And I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. Gap down in reverse for Macy's. Yeah, Macy's is an earning play. That's why you're talking about it. Okay. I can't explain it then, IQ. I'm sorry. I can't explain what is happening then. If you're right, it's really only supposed to be showing buy flags. CAPR, this is what you were talking about. Wow, no kidding. CAPR, you were talking about this one, Grumpy. Look at this, a big halt now. How is the he was also long. This one is Spruce Bioscience, SPRB, Scully. And this is just a steady decline from here. I don't know. I don't know if it's still long this one. So Macy's has almost gone flat now. So I'm looking at I'm looking at these, and they're like I can't explain what you're talking about. If but these are all buy flags. I can see they're all these should all be buy flags. If one was a sell, I really can't explain. It, okay, I'm sorry, but here's OKTA. OKTA. Remember now, there's always going to be like a 5 minute delay. Well, let's see. From the get go, all these are buy flags. Have to be ROSP. They all have to be buy flags. I mean, it's terrible looking, but all these are buy flags. SMX. And the two in the pre-market were definitely buy flags, so I'm not sure. All right, Genie. Look at this. The Genie's come out of the box, guys. So there you go. Genie in box. GENI, Genius Sports. The next high looking left on a monthly chart, 1152. A little bit of room. Halted to the upside. Wow, that was a. I didn't take it. You know, it was. If I don't know, I guess I should have. Obviously, now in retrospect, I did not take it. These stocks don't have to have news, but there was absolutely no news on this one, which makes it a little easier to take something if it has some news rather than just a complete and utter pump. But still, well, good for you if you took it. The CAPR just opened. BDTX just got halted also on the way down. Well, not just, but it got halted on the way down. SMX, talked about this one in the pre-market, guys. SMX on the run here. Wow. I mean, it's now taken out the high of yesterday and the 3 day ago high. Crazy low float. Market trying to come back a bit, coming off the lows of 679 a little bit, trying to come back a little bit here. There goes AEO, guys. Now, wading through a bunch of cold water on this one, but okay. Where is the next high looking left on the monthly chart? I got to get over to back here. May of last year, next high on a monthly chart. Maybe people won't look at it the same way as like dive into the financials like you did. Maybe they're going to be sort of ignorant like me and just look at the past two, Urban and ANF, and go, "Wow, maybe AEO could do the same thing," without looking at the actual financials. Ignorant, I don't mean like not aware of. How's that? Remember, nothing's going to happen in this window until at least 9:45. Okay, they got continuation or reversal scan. Now you can adjust it if you want to see things right off the bat, but I'll warn you, you're going to get a lot of alerts coming at you very quickly because things in the first 15 minutes, can gap up and down, gap up and down. Okay, thank you, Pepe. As you know, I don't even look at the trade wave report. Hmm, that helps. So IQ, as Pepe is saying, the wording of the labels change based on the direction you have selected in the trade wave report. If you have long selected, they will read long entry exit. If you have short selected, then the tags will read short entry exit. I don't even look at the report, okay? I just look at, if I see the buy flag, that's just means, okay, the trend is changing. Well, it has changed. That's all it means to me. Well, QCLS showed up in our AI, guys. It is still, it resumed right up to 525, but pulled back. Well, I'm interested if it can hold five. The QCLS. I'm interested. It's trying to hold 508, 509. Put a price alert up in this area. See if it can hold five. struggling. It's trying to, but it's gotta be careful. I mean, it's what's the float? Yeah, it's a low float, 4 million in the float. I'm using IB Headline News, Larry. Okay, my Interactive Brokers. That's my broker. You're talking about this. My news from Interactive Brokers. Your broker should have something if you don't have Interactive Brokers, but IB is pretty good. I'm just waiting on this QCLS, guys. I want to. I just want to see if it gets holding five. Yeah, I mean Schwab must have something. I mean, all brokers should have something. All right. Well, you know what? Better put a price alert up here then, say 513 or so. Maybe later on. And this is a bit of a gap up and reversal play, guys, at KMTS. Now, what is the spread like? Yeah, not terrible. I mean, it's about a 16-cent spread. Right, we're almost at 9:45, so I'm anticipating we'll get some in here, maybe around 9:45. Doesn't mean we'll get one at 9:45, but that's the earliest. What is the market doing? Market's trying to get back to yesterday's close. All right, iRobot. The next high looking left is wow, it's got room 323 next on the weekly chart. The daily you probably can't see anything. There's a high right there of around 275. And look at the PLRZ guys on the move here. PLRZ on the move. I didn't talk about Serve. Serve was a big one, had a big pop in the pre-market, robotic play. Okay, but it really sold off. However, starting to move again. Oh, speaking of Serve, there it is. I didn't. There's the Serve. But just because now remember now, this program is called Trade Ideas. Doesn't mean every idea is something I want to take. You can see right looking left, there's a high right there of 1080. I wouldn't take it. The next high is 1133. So there's a little bit of room if it can get through that 1080. AEVA. Let's take a look at AEVA. Now these are gap up and goes. Now, I mean the market is well, it's trying to come back. Yeah, a little reluctant right now to go long anything with the market kind of being with that after that big drop in the pre-market. A little reluctant to go long anything unless it's got some very specific news. Hmm. You guys were talking about Microsoft uh, being the reason. No, this one, CNCK, halted on the way up or down? Halted on the way down. Okay. Box is an earnings play guy. Yeah, Box is an earnings play released after hours yesterday, coming right into the 200-day moving average. Will that stop it? Okay. Will that act as resistance? One moment, please. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Much rather take a okay, gap up and reverse. Let's take a look at this one. Oh, and about to be really interesting. IE, a lot of shares available. Ivanhoe Electric. Why interesting? It's underneath the whole number. Okay, that's number one. Underneath the whole number. How much volume? Yeah, there's American Eagle, guys. I mean, AEO is just I have a mind just to take some and just hold it for the day. Seriously, I mean, it's an earnings play, and somebody said Terra had some news. TARA had some news. Next high looking left is 726. Little bit of room. You know me though. I want to see it get through seven, and then that high right there is fairly close. Right there, that 2 day ago. Genie. Another one though. Look at the high. That red line is a some that'll be last month. Look like the high of last month, which was a daily high. Takes that out. 1270 is the next high in a monthly chart for Genie. GENI. Yeah, I see AHMA. I do see it. AHMA. Well, this is the pre-market high was up here at 17, but market high, yes, Monica, you are right. Did Tara have some news? Positive results from bladder cancer study. What stage? What stage? Mid-stage trial. Okay, mid-stage. Well, guys, Tara broke through, and now the next high looking left is about 727. Boy, this has got room. Look at the room this IE has got. The low yesterday was at 1228, so there is certainly a lot of room for it to move down. Is there any news on this one? I don't see any reason why it spiked. Not a lot of volume, only 400,000 right now. Yeah, it looks like that little spurt up, short-lived on the SPY anyway. All right, let's get Microsoft up. I want to see what that was. That was the reason. Traders assess labor report. Microsoft down on slashing software sales quotas. Okay. 4 o'clock Eastern time, Kevin. The question was, how soon in the morning does Trade Ideas start scanning markets? 4 a.m. Eastern time. And we go, I believe we go to 8 p.m. or 7 or 8 p.m. I can't remember after hours, but 4 a.m. Eastern time. Well, that should be okay if you're. Yeah, it's 1 o'clock my time, 1 a.m. my time. So yeah, the volume is I don't think it's just not robust enough. I think I'm going to keep an eye on this IE, but it's just not trading that rapidly. I'm looking at my time in sales. It's just not trading that rapidly. So that's from Interactive Brokers. Okay, nothing to do with trade devs. Okay, yeah. So you see, Terra. Now look at the QCLS. Okay, this is now a gap down and reversal. You know what? There were shares available for me earlier, none now at Interactive Brokers. Now this has turned into a gap down and reversal play for QCLS. Well, I put my price alert up here. It did not trigger, so that's why I don't try it. Don't anticipate that it's going to. Again, no news, guys. No news. Yeah, IR. You know what? It had a pullback right to the VWAP, and then it popped. I was watching it. You're talking about the IRBT pullback to the VWAP, and it popped. Wow, this is really moving down now. QCLS. It's probably, it's something that has no news on it. It's just some kind of a pump somewhere. Nothing to sustain it. All right, guys, it's almost 10 o'clock. I'm going to go over my homepage, and I did do a little check this morning. And guess what? The promo codes are still alive. I said that they might persist for one more day at least. Okay, so promo codes are still alive. If you want to take out a subscription and get a nice promo or discount. So if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So again, these promo codes are still working. Okay, so you can still get 30% off for premium annual, 30% off for premium annual, or 25% off the rest of the plans, the two monthly plans, the premium and standard, and the standard annual. Okay, so you can get 30% off the premium annual. And all I ask, if you're going to take out a subscription sometime in the future, please use my code. It helps to keep the rooms free. Company tracks the use of the promo codes. They see my code being used enough, they don't mind keeping the rooms free. Just another thing in general about the rooms. There are two rooms. So if you're sitting in YouTube, there is another room called a trading room. You can get it. You can get into the trading room here. A lot more action in that room. More traders. More interaction amongst traders. You can stay in YouTube if you want, of course. But if you're looking for a little more action, you can come into the trading room. This room is actually open at quarter to 7, 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. I don't do it. Obi does it. And then try to open YouTube. I know it was a little late this morning, had some problems. Usually try to open YouTube around 8:30. I get on the mic at 9 o'clock for both rooms. And again, why so late? Why don't I open the room at quarter to 7? That would be quarter to 4 my time in Vancouver, Canada. So thank you, Obi, for opening the room that early. I usually leave sometime between 2 and 2:30. I will always stay later if there are questions. If no questions, I just don't feel like hanging around. But even when I leave in the main room, William is usually keeping the room open after I leave, and he's already indicated that today he will keep the main room open until at least 3:45. Okay, but I do have to shut YouTube down completely. That's sort of a general talk about the rooms. Now, if you do take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, first thing you must do, if you scroll down, you must click on the education section, click on the more info, and first thing to do is this: the Getting Started with Trade Ideas. 12 short videos to get you started. If you don't have trade ideas and you're wondering about the program, you can start off with that second video and go to the end. This should give you a good enough idea about whether or not this is the type of program you might want to try and try us out for a month. Okay. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, a free series of videos for you. There are 15 of them. If you're looking for the information that I'm currently sharing, again, if you're up here, scroll down, custom scans right here. So this is the information that I'm currently sharing. Here's what you can actually see. The gap continuation or reversal scan is here. Pulse resumes is down here. And this is the movers to the upside versus movers to the downside is here. Now the only, I don't have I don't have anything else open, but I am sharing things you might want to take a look at. A couple of races, a large cap race, wide open race, very volatile race. The momentum scan, I don't have open. The combo scan, I do not have open. The combo scan, I don't have open. The fact that I don't have these open doesn't mean they're bad. It just means I'm just really paring down the number of windows that I want to look at, and I find that these two deliver me enough information all day long that I don't really have to look anywhere else. And this is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market axis up and down. Okay. So if you have any questions about the scans or anything else about trade ideas, don't be shy. You can ask me questions all day long. This is a trading room, but it's also a support room. Okay. No, there are no script that shows if shorts are available. That's up. The reason being, if you're talking about like a filter, the reason being is that every broker can be different. Or Boris. Every broker can be different. So I look at right now. Remember, I was saying that is QCLS. Okay, now there are 7,000 shares available. So, a while ago there were none. But your broker, E-Trade, Fidelity, whatever broker you're using, could have you know maybe not have any shares, could have a lot more. Okay, so every broker is different. But this is what I use. But it's nice interactive brokers. This is SLP. Okay, so this tells me all the time how many shares are available for any stock. But it's a question we do get a lot. How come you don't have a filter for showing if shares are available or not? Well, every broker is different. All right, sorry, ACHC. Hmm. Okay, stock down for the day, trying to come back. These are all gap down reversals. And look at this, guys. So the reversal plays should start being a little better if the market's going to do this. Nice recovery now from the bottom. Nice big blue bar hitting a market reversal. And remember, I have the don't repeat version of this. Okay, so these are the stocks that have appeared so far. This is the repeating version. So every time CAPR made a new low, you're going to see it. Here, you're only going to see it the first time. And that was not shortable for me, Interactive Brokers. If you want to know how to create the don't repeat version of anything, just let me know. Well, anything, meaning an alert window, or a multi-strategy window. Boy, what a collapse for PCLS. Ooh, hopefully nobody, look at this. I mean, it's just not, well, it's funny. There's short covering now because, now there's some short covering. There's more shares available. You can see how it's fluctuating. So people are covering their short in interactive brokers. I can only speak for interactive brokers. Yeah, there was some news on CAPR. This was it. Being six-fold to 40 after the company's muscle disorder cell therapy meets late-stage trial goal. That was the news for CAPR. Now it's pulled back, but it's still up 319%. Now, look what happened here, guys. KMTS was a gap up and reversal when the market was moving down early on, and now it's a gap up and go. It's moving with the market, but I'm still not 100%. I'm not convinced that we're going to have this. I'd like to see us go. I'd like to see us get close to the VWAP again. What's Who's your broker, Boris? I mean, I just find it astonishing. I mean, I think William said there is a way within E-Trade and Fidelity to show shorts available immediately. How many? So there's got to be a way in Thinkorswim. There just has to be a way that they have something similar that shows you how many shares are available. I mean, it's preposterous if they don't. Anybody with Thinkorswim, you help Boris out. I mean, it's just, they do not. That's crazy. Absolutely crazy that they don't. Thank you, Pepe. Yeah, that's why I'm not so convinced about doing these gap up and goes. I'm not convinced the market is settled down. Yeah, but of course, I mean, think about it. I mean, Thinkorswim is still pretty big, isn't it, as a broker? Oops. Well, as long as they have a flag, then that at least tells you there are shorts available immediately, ETB or HTB. May not tell you how many, but all right, guys. Well, I have. I guess I should have gone along this KMTS. That was a nice pop. I'm just not convinced. I'm sorry. I'm not convinced. Of this market pop. Not yet, anyway. Now this BRRR. This was such a look. I mean, this is a SPAC. Okay, so it had that massive drop. And there's the high yesterday. So it's not room, but it's a SPAC. I typically do not trade SPACs, these blank check companies. So you see, this is what Trade Ideas tells. You can't see the symbol, but it is BRR. The contract will be available for short sale if the shares can be located. when I see that, I just don't, I'm not going to ask them to try to locate shorts by the time they do if they can. It's going to be too late for me. So when I see that, I just, at least that tells me, okay, I'm looking at short it right now. What happened with the Genie guys, Geni, right into that high. Last month, the high of last month, and there was a daily high. It got right into it, and it stalled it. I have to put a price alert there and see if it can take it out. If we can take it out, there's at least on a monthly chart, there is a ton of room, 1268. Yeah, man, it's tempting, but look at the spread, 1720, 1760, 1709. I mean, it's tempting, to take a flyer on it, but I don't know about that spread for AHMA. Again, this is time and sales for interactive brokers. Okay, this blue screen, nothing to do with the window, nothing to do with great ideas. Time and sales for interactive brokers. Man, it's tempting. Just take a few shares and see if I can just have a $2 or $3 run. It did take out the high of 2 days ago. Yes, low float, 3.96 million in the float. This is the United Arab Emirates. Well, I guess they should have taken the burr. Okay, now Macy's tried to get positive. It's gone negative again, down 3 cents. Okay, it's gone negative again. It tried to get positive. It got stalled right at the whole number of 23. It's an earnings play. Macy's is an earnings play. You can see the high last month it is up here around 23, a little over 23. And that's where it stalled, right around 23. Oh man, it's it's tempting. It's a matter of, okay, if you got into this, where are you going to put a stop? It's going to have to be pretty wide because I'm talking about the AHMA because it can be, you can drop a dollar just like that. Did we ever see any news in this one, the AHMA? Can't remember if we ever saw any news on it. I'm tempted on an 18 break. I'm not telling anybody to do the same thing for the AHMA. And if I do it, it's not going to be a lot of shares. Yeah. So I'm going to, the spread just goes crazy too. So I'm just going to forget about it for now. So the gap up in reverse, again, this was not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, the CAPR. Not shortable for me, Interactive Brokers, unfortunately. Halted again, and coming back there. Well, still up 300%, just about. I'm going to do a quick check, guys. Today is Wednesday. I want to see if Dan Merkin, the CEO of Trade Ideas, will be doing a YouTube stream between 12 and 1 Eastern Time. If he's going to do that, then opportunity to ask the CEO question. Well, the other one, guys, is that SMX. The other one, I think it did have news at least 2 days ago or 4 days ago. It did have some news. Very low float again. What's the spread like on that one? Putrid, 66, 61, 68. It makes it untradeable. I mean, yeah, if it goes up $3 or $4, that spread doesn't matter. But all right, guys. I didn't try to chase that AHMA. The other one that the Fly E is starting to drop again. I don't think it's shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. No, And sometimes, that doesn't bother me at all because trying to short these low float ones, I mean, they can just turn on you. So it doesn't really bother me that much that I can't short some of these ones that go nonsensically higher. It's like trying to go long them. When noodles went public, NDLS, it's under a dollar. Wow. NDLS. Okay. Jenks is trying to come back. Shoot, I've missed it. I wanted to take this if it broke over 16, which was the high of the close of yesterday, and I forgot to put a price alert. My Can't believe I did that. I forgot to put a price alert on the Janks. I was looking to see if it would have any bounce in it today. I was looking both directions to see if it would take out the low of yesterday and continue down, or would it bounce off that low of the close of yesterday? Excuse me. And I just forgot to put a price alert. Okay, so the market is just sort of, it's around yesterday's close right now and hanging around. Now, look how the VWAP, of course, drops so hard. So it's at least it's above the VWAP now. Okay. Guys, keep an eye on Pure Storage. Maybe on a 70 break. What was the low down here? Around around 69. This is an earnings play at PSTG. Oh man, if you had shorts available for this one, that was nice. Give me a moment, guys. Man, now there's a ton of shares. A lot of short covering now at Interactive Brokers. Now there are 58,000 shares available for the QCLS. Interesting. A lot of short covering now at Interactive Brokers. Boy, I mean, this could actually go negative. I mean, look at the drop on this QCLS. No news. All right, GRND now. This is next low looking at too close. Too bad. 1281. It's close to the whole number. This is a gap up and reversal type play, but it's close to the whole number. And even if it broke down through the whole number, the next low is around 1280. So yeah, I mean it's too close. Oh, the AA teasing me here. At least the spread is it's only 20 cents now. Not seeing a lot of continuation with the market in the things I'm looking at anyway, like continuation plays that like here's the KMTS, was down, then was up, now it's down. I'm looking for something that is, more steadily up or steadily down. Okay, guys, this is sort of what I'm looking for. You see, now it's a little late now, but see how this is beautiful on the 2 minute chart, certainly on a 5 minute chart. Just the trend is up, 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 up. KALV. Okay, I might have to short this one. ARE 48.98. Is that about a dollar to the next low? It's underneath the whole number. Give me a moment, guys. Checking out this ARE. Decent volume, four times normal. Big float, 170 million. So it shouldn't be super crazy. All right, guys. Well, let's see if ARE has any movement down now. And I found that one right here in the movers of the upside versus the movers to the downside. A little disappointed in the AEO. I was kind of hoping it would hold 24. Watch it at the end of the day and see how it closed. Yeah, it's been pretty erratic. iRobot, IRBT. I mean, but it's over the VWAP now. You bought the dip. Well, if you bought the dip down here, well, the market is actually putting in a nice recovery, guys, off the bottom here. Yeah, a nice recovery. Like it right back up. Amazing, isn't it? Which is probably hurting my ARE trade. Yeah, it hasn't really moved off that re-entry price. Seven. I know what you're talking about. Who IQ? Yeah, 70.49 on the re-entry. It's 70.29 now. Not bad, but it, I guess we should start the a geriatric ward tab in this room. We're gonna give this ARE just a little bit longer, guy. I mean, I don't expect much out of it. I was hoping maybe you get maybe 50 or 60 cents, but now look at this. Now the market is, yeah, boy, we are really. So you're saying Microsoft refuted the news, okay? Hey, Eva. All right, guys, just a confirmation. Confirmation. Dan Merkin, the CEO from Trade Ideas, will start a YouTube stream at noon Eastern time. Okay. He doesn't take over. He doesn't take over my YouTube stream. So, oops. So for those of you on YouTube, I will have to put the link to get into if you want to. No, he is in. He is in. He is in. He will start a YouTube stream at noon Eastern. So another hour and 20 minutes from now. Yeah, DRVN. What is this one doing? DRVN, driven brands. Okay, interesting one. Kind of consolidation on the two. Breaking out over 15. Not a lot of volume, though. Yeah, not a lot of volume. But it is, what's the spread like? Decent spread, 2 cent spread for DRVN. All right. Well, a little bit of move for me now for the ARE. I'm not anticipating a massive move, but whoa, nice move now. Nice move. I almost got out of it, you know. It was getting back up to 50. I almost got out of it, but I decided to hold on. This is a short for me, of course, ARE. First trade of the day. So what did I say? I mean, the next low looking left is 40. So it's getting very close to that low. So with that in mind, I am covering some right here. Okay, covering some because it's getting close to that low, and I'm going to try to ride the wave now further down. Allows me to because I'm just a little not worried, but I mean 49 is the next low, and we're getting very close. But if it can somehow do that, the next low is 48.70. That's for the ARE. All right, guys, back. Yeah, the pure storage, not bad on that re-entry. Not bad. I mean, well, it's 70.49, so we're at 69.76 right now. Not a huge percentage move, but you never know. I mean, this could really the next low looking left on a monthly chart. Not saying it's going to get here, of course, 54. Where is that on a weekly chart? Ooh, 57. Boy, there's a lot of room underneath still. It's down 26%. It's a big float. So for it to be down 26%, obviously not a great earnings release at all. And look at this, guys. Even though the market was, kind of really churning around, look at the last 6 days before earnings. A lot of people thought, okay, it looked like they were going to be good, but look at this, wiping all that out. Okay, few more earnings plays. Now, Box is an earnings play. It looks like it's at the high of the day. Yeah. So I would be watching this one. I mean, I don't think it's going to sit here. What a great consolidation over the. So what I'm going to do is put a couple of price alerts. I'm going to put a price alert on top. See if it, I don't want to put this too much further up. Let's see, 32.48. So the high is around 32.7. I'm going to put a price alert around 32.70, and then one underneath. See if it starts to move down. So basically bracketing the price alerts. Well, William, your dream has come true. SMX is starting to fall. I know there's no shorts available for me. I know you don't like this company. Yeah, I don't have shorts. I don't know if I ever had shorts for it. All right, guys, how's that AEVA doing? Is it look like it? Yeah, it's stalled. Okay, how I'm using. Well, there's the iRobot. I mean, I still don't get it, but okay. I know it's robotics and all, but I mean, it still has some room on a monthly chart. The next high is $3 and 17 $3.20. It's a nice one from our AI. You could have, in fact, I don't think it ever hit the stop, but it came back down into the suggested entry at the beginning. That up, came back down. That 245 was the suggested entry. I know, it's a vacuum. So, guys, how I'm using the trade wave on this one, I'm still going to hold on until we get so that transitions well within reason. Okay, this wave, the orange wave, I'm staying in the trade. I did take some off, allows me to really hold on unless starts to curl, and certainly if it turns blue. But right now, orange is a weak trend that just allows me to keep in this trade a lot longer than I ever used to. Keep in trades. If you don't have the wave on your charts, you might want to. It's a great visual, I think, anyway, a great visual presentation about how to keep in trades. It's not so much of whether you see a sell flag or a buy flag, because I didn't, I didn't get it in it up here, I did it down here. But now, because I liked it, but now I'm just riding that wave down. Now the challenge, of course, to get through that whole number of 49. Remember, the wave is part of the standard service. So if you want the wave on your charts, just let me know. Part of the standard service. put a price alert down here just in case it does take that out, and maybe even that low, and then continues. Ah, I knew I should have shorted this Macy's on that little turn, but I didn't do it. Remember now, I use this. This is a watch list for me now. Okay, this is a watch list all day long. It's sort of irrelevant what happens in here. I mean, not irrelevant, but this is a watch list for me all day long. And sometimes, just because Macy's was a where are you? Just because it was a suggestion to go long doesn't mean you can't flip the script on it. What? How do I get this? This is just the don't repeat version of this. I know I've gone over this, but if you want to know how to create the don't repeat version of the gap continuation scan, I can show you. But that's all it is. It's just the don't repeat version. So in other words, you see Tara right there, or here's the last alert we had actually was at 10:38 in here. But you notice here, see how you've got CAPR over and over and over and over again. You only see it once here. It's the don't repeat version. Okay. Okay, so here's how you do it, and this is for any alert window or a multi-strategy window. Okay, you don't if you want the don't repeat version. So the first thing you do, duplicate the window. Okay, assuming you still want to see this, and I do. I mean, this sort of nags at me. Don't forget about me. Okay, so I duplicate the window. Right click, duplicate it. And also, just remember, if you load one of my scans, anything from my homepage, you're not going to see everything that happened previous to the time that you just loaded it. 10:55 right now. You will see the last ones the last ones that were activated in a multi-strategy window. So the last gap up and go was here. The last gap up and reverse was here. But that's it. And you're not going to see all the previous ones. So now that you've got it duplicated, simple. Just right click, go to properties, go to the don't repeat. Okay, I'll do it again. Right click, box pops up. Hover over properties, another box pops up. Click on the don't repeat and check the don't repeat. And then you've got a time frames that you can choose. And the one I've done is 4 day. So I say I don't want to see it. I just want to see it the very first time, and that's it. I mean, you can choose 5 minutes, 15, 30, which means that you can see that Tara was making a new low penny by penny here. So unless Tara made another new low 5 minutes later, if you chose 5 minutes, you won't see it. I want to complicate it, but I choose for a day. So when you choose for a day, you say okay, and then other only thing I would do is make sure you go back to the properties, you go to the Windows name, and maybe put a little DR or some way that that's the don't repeat version, or however you want to designate it. Okay, so that's what I've done. Why I like it, I can go back in time and say, okay, what did it do? So this is a short opportunity for GTX. You're seeing it, every time it made a new low, you're seeing it. But I can go back in time and say, okay, what happened from that alert? What happened in 9:45? I had an alert. to gap up and reverse for the KMTS. What happened? Maybe it hasn't even moved, or maybe it's setting up in a different way for me. Also, setting up in a different way, meaning maybe it's moved down to a certain level, and maybe it's popping, and use it like a watch list. It can be in both directions. I mean, initially, I want to follow it in the direction it's suggesting. Give me one moment. So again, it's like a watch list. Notice that this looks overwhelming, right? But here, these are the only symbols that have come through here. Quite a few. Now, there's a way in which you can vary this if you want. The only problem can be sometimes, this is a gap down in reverse, right? A gap up in reverse, sorry. It has to take out the low of the day. So if the stock gapped down a bit and then it had a run, it has to wait down here. You could put you could get this so that it triggers on a 5 minute low, as an example. In which case you'd see it earlier, but you may get a lot more alerts because this has to take out the low of the day before you're going to see that. So you can see it's already had a bit of a run, if all that makes sense. No, I'm strictly a trader. I rarely hold anything long term. Well, yeah, I don't. Anything you see me doing, I'm not holding long term. I raised African night crawlers, Evan. It's a bit of a joke, but it is actually kind of true. I thought I was waiting for that, Pepe, in case anybody who had a mouthful of something. I've been an active trader since 1990s, let's see, 96, 97. Not an active trader, no, not like this. I mean, I only got trade ideas in 2010. I just had an interest in the stock market. But yeah, 1919 until then, I had a real job. Yeah, I always call it 1990. I think in 1997 or eight. That's when I said, you know what, we're going to do this full time. But yes, I had a little. Well, I actually raised African night crawlers, which are worms, guys. What a story! So I no, I've been using Trade Ideas since 2010. That's when I took out my subscription. 2010. 15 years. I started as just a customer. This room has been like this since 2015, though. not to bore anybody, but I try to I convince them that they should have some kind of a trading room. All right, guys. So I'm in two shorts now. I still have the ARE, and I'm in that GTX short. Okay, that's my business. Now understand, guys. I have two other monitors, but I thumbnail my anything I'm in is thumbnail. Okay, so I'm always watching. Rarely in more than two at a time, two trades at a time. Rarely. Yeah, it's been a fun ride, as I guess as the phrase goes. Starting this in 2015, sharing my screen live on a mic. No idea what it was going to be like. Never done it before. Very rarely SKM. Have I actually banned anyone? Yes, yes. Very rarely though. Usually it's because of either offensive comments, swearing, or spamming the room. With other websites to visit, things like that. Okay, so IQ, there are way too many in there. The Trade Ideas Winners Watcher. It's a good question, though. I think you're talking about this, right? I mean, the idea, though. This is a multi. Well, okay. Let me go to the Explosive Winners channel. I think I know what you're talking about. You're talking about this, right? The multi-strategy window, and load, I guess. Okay. So obviously, what they've done here is they put a bunch of different alert windows in here. You would never have them all checked. So the idea would be that on any given day, you might want to check a few. Maybe just like, okay, so that's how you read it, if you will. You would never want them all checked. But there might be something like you might say, yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing stocks that are just moving above the 200-day moving average. So you would check it, but you would not have them all checked, if that makes sense. It's just these are just ideas that you might want to take a look at, but you would never have them all checked. I mean, as you can see, even now there's so many checked. But it's actually not a bad it's not a bad idea. You can take all your alert windows, put them in a multi-strategy window, and on any given day, you can say, you know what, I want to watch these three. But yeah, to have them all checked would be insane. I mean, you just alert after alert after alert. Okay. Okay. Happy Fin fan. Appreciate that. Because you're seeing a little buy flag here. I mean, it's to me, it's not strong enough yet. If that's what you're talking about, going long PSTG. I mean, it's just a little sliver. Remember, now these are just ideas. I mean, just because you get a buy flag doesn't mean okay, making this long. I mean, remember, this is a very weak stock. It's had a bit of a roller coaster, but it's still a very weak stock. I would want way more confirmation to go long myself if that's what you're. So, are you talking because you're seeing a buy flag? Now, I have a 2 minute chart up, so maybe you're not even. I don't know if that's why you're asking. It's just a little too. It's just a sliver right now. Okay, guys, ARE done. It's okay. Got actually more out of it than I thought. I was surprised it got as close to the whole number as it did. So even though it hasn't transitioned to blue, okay, yet, but it's starting to curl up. So that was my key to get out. Oh, you're Obi. Now somebody asked about getting banned. If you mention Jenks one more time, I'm going to ban you. This should be in this one on that 16 break. And of course, I'm kidding. Obi knows I'm kidding. Anybody who's new thinking, man, is that it's pretty tough. I'm a sore loser. I should be in this. I just forgot to put a price alert at the close of yesterday. I wanted to put a price alert at 16, and I just forgot to put it. Talked about it in the pre-market. I said could go one way or the other. Wasn't sure which way, of course, but no excuse though. No excuse to miss it. I mean, that's the beauty of our price alerts. You just set it and forget about it, and then it doesn't mean though. If I get a price alert, people I think misinterpret what a price alert means to me. It means it's at a level that I'm interested in. It doesn't mean I just absolutely 100% take the trade. But I want to get the alert, my alert at that price, and then I can take a look at it. I probably would have waited for it to get to about 1610, because it closed at, it closed at 1585. I probably would have waited for about a 1610 just to sort of assure that it's clearing that whole number, not just by a couple of pennies. All right, the GTX is working a little bit for me here. You see, there's the Janks right here. And there's a GTX. So we had the short at 1663. I mean, is it a wild move? No, but it's got room. Got some room still down to 1631. So these two scans, guys. These are these two generates the other. Again, these two scans generate the ideas for me for the day. All right, wow, look at that BRR. I mean, that was a nice one on the reversal. I did not take it. Nice one on the reversal, though. Okay, guys. Well, I'm just waiting on the GTX to see how much further it can go down, if at all, and I'm biding my time now. Off, I'm not in iRobot. Huh, amazing. Remember, this company was supposed to be, was it bought? Was it something bought? Was it Amazon that was going to buy them, and then the European Union said no, something like that. I don't know how they got involved. I honestly don't understand it. Am I right, William? I think you know iRobot was going to get bought by Amazon. I think it was Amazon. I think it was Amazon, and it was sort of an ongoing story for probably several months. And the European Union stepped in and said no, but I don't know how they did it. Yeah, Amazon going to buy our iRobot. Yeah, and so these were the heady. I mean, this stock was a $60 stock. It was popping on that news. And right here. I believe I mean, unbelievably. I mean, this is pandemic, so I don't know if that's true. But at any rate, this was a really expensive stock. It just got slammed down. Well, Kevin, that is a good question. You can ask our CEO. I have no idea. How much more AI technology? Well, we have in theory an AI. Okay, this is what we call. This is what our AI kind of looks like. Generates ideas. I had the idea here for AI robot. We've called it an AI since 2016. But in about 45 minutes, our CEO of Trade Ideas, will start a YouTube stream, and you can ask some questions like that. Where's Trade Ideas going with respect to AI? I mean, he may say, "Well, we already have an AI," but I would try to ask him to maybe further. Well, I shouldn't say that. You know what? Dan will do what he's going to do. But it's your opportunity, not just you, Kevin, but anybody who wants to ask questions of the CEO of Trade Ideas. He'll be starting a YouTube stream in about 45 minutes. I will put the link in here. You can head over and listen to him. He'll be there for, usually he actually starts a little bit before noon. So the bottom line is that iRobot was dead, 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 dead. And I mean, it got all the way down to what? A dollar 34. And then for whatever reason, it's having this little run. I almost think it's possible. What's the short float percent? It could be again. Maybe some of the groups out there have just decided. You know what? We're going to just pump the heck out of this with that short float percent. 'Cause I don't think anything has really changed. I don't think anything has really changed in terms of their I mean, they did say this, transfers 100 this is on the 1st, 190,000,000 credit agreement with Centrum Hong Kong. I don't know, maybe that's good news. Maybe that's it. I mean, but, that actually that's on well, that was the day that that news hit, so maybe that's the reason. But I also think it's probably due to that short 4%. Well, glad I got out of my ARE. Now you see it's actually turning around. Well, this is just a fantastic move now. Now you're talking 40% now in our AI. You had plenty of opportunity to do it. It popped early and then it came back down into the alert price. So if you missed it the first time, like I did, I could have taken it the second time, which I didn't. But okay, new one here, guys. This is brand new into the Gap Up and Go scan. MPLT, MapLight Therapeutics. Okay, so what is this now? This is an IPO from 2 months ago. We got up to 2088. The high, of course, looking left is last month's high. Also a daily high, 1768. So there is some room. There is some room for this to move. And not a ton of volume, 330,000 shares. Always have to check the spread, which I don't like. 1651, 1685. I mean, it just makes it hard to commit to it. Four upgrades last week. Amen. Okay. Okay. Now, iRobot is not shortable for me. Okay. But I mean, this is now taken out last month's high. Wow. I mean, the next high is 617. That's what's getting there, of course. Look at a weekly chart. $5 is the next high. Still has room on a weekly chart. I have to, let's do it. Let's expand this daily chart a little bit. 645. Yeah. So, yeah, it has room still, even on a daily chart, to about 5. Not saying it's getting there. I'm saying that I'm wrong. I'm sorry, I'm wrong. 369, 369. the next high on a daily chart. So be aware of that if you happen to be in it. Oh, it's got a high short float. Yeah, 33%. Just talking about that, Monica. So I was saying, I was wondering, I think possible some group somewhere decided, you know what, pile into this. Yeah, they had some news about 190 million, and what was the news exactly? And extends the covenant waiver to January 15th. They had some news on that, and then I'm sure that high short float percent has got a lot to do with what's happening. Now, QCTS guys, no news whatsoever, but could be could be one of those late payers. Could be okay. I mean, it's hanging around that four level. What I do is maybe put a price clear around 419 and see if it takes out this out here, and who knows? Maybe it'll have a late there, but there's no news on this one. I mean, it's still up 20%, but high of the day, market high anyways, 568. It was probably higher in the pre-market. Bitcoin. Let's take a look at Bitcoin, IBIT. So we have a little discrepancy in the market today. The value stocks, Dow was up 230, Qs are down just a little, and the SPY up just a little. So a little bit of discrepancy between the value stocks and growth stocks. Remember, Obi, don't mention Jenks. Do not mention Jenks. So, yeah, I don't mind missing trades when I don't see them, but sometimes say, "Oh man, I could have got into this." Well, I never saw it. I saw this one. Okay, iRobot had a pullback now. Let's see if it pulled back to a level. So, okay, so at this point, I mean, it's still, I mean, the pullback is getting pretty, 350 down to 323. That's a pretty big percentage pullback. I mean, it's still blue. It wouldn't surprise. What if we went to a 1 minute chart? Yeah, it's still surprised it hasn't transitioned to orange yet. Ah, moved. I didn't like the spread, you know. I mean, I said I didn't like the spread, but it didn't matter. In this case, it did not matter. Now the spread is okay. Had the spread been like 8 cents or 6 cents like it is now, I probably would have taken the trade, but it was what, 30 cents when we looked at it, but it didn't seem to matter. I mean, now NPLT, the next high, 1753 on the daily chart. That's, that's the monthly high, but that red line refers to daily high within that month. It happens to be the high of the month. As Amen said, a bunch of upgrades. Guys, I'm missing the boat on some of these. I mean, the KMTS, I'm just missing the boat. So, going back, here was the alert at 2509. We didn't really move that much from there, but look at this pop now. All right, guys, Netflix, interesting, down 5%. No news that I can see other than, yeah, no news that I can see. Right at the VWAP. So for those of you who play Netflix, you might want to watch it on the VWAP rate. All right, serve. Maybe interesting. I mean, it's got to get to 11. If it gets to 11, though, 11:30 is the next high. Not as interesting then for me. I wish the next high was, way up here, say 12. They took out 11. Hey guys, 11:30. So about half an hour left for me. Then I'll take off for about an hour. I'll put this link. I haven't got it yet. The YouTube link for Dan Merkin, the CEO. He'll start a YouTube stream. Probably, he actually does it usually a little bit before noon. So I'm just waiting for the link. Okay, guys, I'm not in anything anymore. I got out of the ARE quite a while ago. Took myself out of the GTX. Got down to that 1650 mark, and didn't like the way it was trading, even though I'm sure it's still orange. And actually, it is blue now. So it wasn't a weak stock. It was always kind of up for the day. All right, guys. Now QCLS. This could be. Where's that VWAP? The VWAP's at 446. We're there. I mean, it might. There's still room. I mean, if you took it right now and got right to the VWAP, sure, that'd be great. But I don't know. A sell flag here, a buy flag. You had a buy, a sell, and a buy. It's still kind of to me. There's if the volume would come in, I'd be more enthusiastic about it if there had been a bunch of volume coming in. I'm not talking about the volume. I mean, 115,000 shares is good volume, but I need a volume bar that stands out. See how the volume is just sort of dwindled. I mean, volume is good. Don't get me wrong. It's 38 million shares, but I need a volume bar that kind of stands out. Ooh, look at the SPY. Look at the SPY. Price alert up in this area. Right back up. So never mind. Amazing. Future volume. Yeah, it's not. Well, what time is it now? 11:34. Yeah, so that's a 5 minute. Yeah, I'd like to see a little more volume, perhaps. Yes. Okay, so for those of you who trade sub $1 stocks, MCRP, it got up to yesterday's high, and there's a high over here at 134. So for those of you who trade stocks that are under a dollar, this could get interesting for you. And it hit yesterday's high, and to take it over a dollar again, there's room to $1.30. A lot of looks like there's a lot of resistance up here though, but that would be enough room. I don't trade stocks under a dollar, but there are those in this room that do, so you might want to take a look at that. Maybe when you get the link for Dan, when he starts on it, when is it usually generated? 'Cause I know you always seem to get it. Well, guys, here goes AEO. I know I've been talking about this one. AEO, guys. I mean, it's been very for a stock that has 153 million in the float. I thought it's been pretty choppy, but it is back over 24, and it's an earnings play. But it did not act like Urban or a URBN or ANF on the day it had earnings. Those ones were almost straight up, and a nice. Oh, I see. Okay, I thought maybe. So he can't use the same link every. Obviously, he cannot use the same link every week. With the offering. Yeah. Well, so I know some of you might have taken this PSTG on a bounce. So if you did, there is the VWAP 7158. So it's very close. That oh, yeah, I know exactly what you mean. So if you're a VLAP player, you might be looking at this, and I would probably maybe cover get rid of some in case it doesn't. That could act as resistance, and hold on in case it breaks through. Hold on to some in case it breaks through. And will that act as resistance and give us an opportunity to short it? I mean, it's still down 24%. Yeah, Dan and I are very much alike, but they aren't we? Again, spit take. Or this, I mean, this still has a ton of room. This FSK on a gap reversal. I actually haven't spoken to Dan in years. As crazy as that sounds. Okay, let's take a look at NUVB from Amen. Amen. Well, certainly flatlining here. Interesting. Yeah, this is kind of interesting. This is a big move in this month, and it's not a low float, 258 million in the float. So, there's no way it's going to hang here. So let's put a price alert 819. See if it takes that out on the high side. This is shortable for me, so I'll put it price alert down here, 809. So I've sort of bracketed my price alert to see if it moves in one direction or the other. So is this poison also, Pepe? I'm drinking the rainstorm. It says clean energy. It's delicious. Peach nectarine. Is that poison also, or are they all poison? Rain, as in REIGN. Never had it, Kevin. I've not had that. Amazing the shelf space they now give to all these drinks. It's amazing how many different ones there are now. Yeah, no kidding how profitable they are. Yeah, you're right. In all seriousness, you know what I do with them? I mean, I probably like one can lasts me 3 days, 3 days. And I just sort of dig it. I sit here and there. Okay, guys, before I take off, I'm just waiting for Dan to start his stream. Usually starts at, I'm going to say around 11:55 ET. So talk about my homepage one last time. Well, not, I'll talk about it sometime in the afternoon also, but before I do take off, because again, this promo code is still alive. I'll be surprised if it's still alive tomorrow. Maybe they'll make it to the end of the week. I don't know. But right now, it is still alive, so you can still get 30% off. 30% off our premium annual using Barry 30, and 25% off the rest of them. The rest of them meaning the premium monthly, the standard monthly, and the standard annual. Okay, so all I ask, please use my code, whatever it is. It's going to change. Well, it's going to change back to 15%. So if you're at all thinking about it, try to take advantage of the discount now that it's there. And it really helps to keep the room free. If you use my code, it helps to keep the rooms free. Here's the education section. First thing to do, if you do take out a subscription, you're getting started with trade ideas, 12 short videos. You don't have trade ideas and you're still sitting on the fence. Take a look at these. Start off with the second video, go to the end. That should give you an idea about whether or not it's the type of thing you might want to try for at least a month. Okay. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, free series of videos, 15 of them for you if you're new to trading. Also, I forgot to mention this. If you click on my homepage link and keep scrolling down to the bottom, here's the trade of the week. You can sign up for it. It is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. And if you're looking for my scans and you click on my homepage link, scroll down, and here they are. For the information I'm sharing, here they are. You can ask me questions about them if you want. Okay. NUVD, that is a little pop down. Okay. Did we go over that yesterday, Nosh, or is it with somebody else? You start, okay, first of all, let me go to the guide though, because here's your reference, okay? Here is your reference, what I'm going to show you, just quickly. Okay, so click on my homepage link, scroll down till you get to the education section, click on the more info, and then click on the user guide. And in the user guide, let me expand it just a little bit. In the user guide, watch list, okay? So here's a whole section on how to create your own watch list, okay? But very quickly, to create a watch list, you can take an alert window as an example, okay? And click on configure and symbol list. It's called the symbol list here. And then create new, give it a name, It's all in the guide. I'm just going to show you quickly though. Call it Nosh. Now here's how you can fill it in, with whatever symbols you want. If you've got a list of symbols from somewhere that you want to copy and paste, go ahead. But I'll put in Macy's. Okay. Now, the next step is you have to get it over to this column here. Now, if you've never done it before, you'll see it immediately. Add existing list. You'll see it immediately. I'll scroll down. I call it Notch. You see it's right there, but you'll see it immediately. So you left click on it, and now it'll move over here. I'll show you. Move over here. So now here's your symbol list. Now, the way in which you monitor it, you create an alert window or a top list window, however you want to monitor it, and then you attach it. If you started off from the Halter Zooms, as you wouldn't do it from the Halter Zooms, but you would just say in this drop down, all symbols, you would say only the following list, then you would check it. So that means now Nosh, you say okay, would be attached to this window if you started the whole exercise from here. Doesn't mean it's the only window you can attach it to. Okay, it's just it's a symbol list that you can attach it to whatever you want, to any top list window, any other alert windows. Okay, but I went over that very quickly, but it's all in the guide. And then, well, you can ask that question to Dan. I know they're still testing the money machine, so 160 you can ask that question. And the other question, can you talk about your idea generator? What do you mean by that exactly, Larry? I mean, you mean my continuation, my gap scan and this? And that's what it is. It's an idea generator. Oh, this has been an awesome. I mean, all my scans, anything you see here, they're just they're ideas, right? Idea generators, if that's what you mean. But there are 4 scans in here. A gap up and go. That means at the time of the alert, we talk a gap. The gap is the first print of the day, okay, the first trade of the day. So in these scans, it had to be up a certain amount, dollar-wise and also percentage-wise. Then at the time of the alert, it made a new high. And then it doesn't mean that it's going to keep making a new high, but that's what the gap up and go is. The gap down and reverse, got the gap down and then started to reverse. Gap up and reverse, got gapped up, started to reverse. Then they gap that down and go, which I don't think we've had one today. No, we haven't had one today. Got the gap down and kept moving down. So that's what they're looking for, if that's what you mean. And if you wanted to see what the individual scans look like, you can hover over it, you can open the alert window, and you can see what the scan is actually looking for. And here are the filters that I'm using. And as always, you can always change. You may not like the price range I'm looking at. But this is what I was talking about. It has to be at least a 50 cents above the yesterday's close and 4% above yesterday's close. That's the first print of the day. That's the gap. And what I do is I delay it for 15 minutes. I don't want to see them right at the market open because they can be very, very volatile. So I like to delay it for at least 15 minutes before I get my first alert. Okay, this one, the window to the left. Okay, so these are 2 competing scans. Okay, if I look at this, and click on the configure, this is what we call a compare count window. And it's 2 competing scans, the green data, and my trigger is the high of the day and the low of the day for the red data. Okay, so it's just a different way of looking. If I could break these out, I'll show you what it's looking for. So when I say competing scans, filters are going to be virtually the same in each filter, in each scan, except my trigger. So on the high ones, I want to see with these filters between $2 and $50, current volume street, etc. Okay, all of this, if all these filters values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, I'll get a real time alert. Okay, so the DC at that time made a new high of the day. It's competing against the same type of scan flip, and see this has to be the price is up at least 2% from previous close. You're going to see that if I click on this one, see how this now I'm looking for new lows, and the stock has to be down at least 2% from the previous close. So it's taking two scans and sort of competing against each other, if that makes sense. And then giving me a ticker. I could break these out and they could just be two different alert windows side by side. This is just a different way of presenting the data, and I kind of like it. Okay, that kind of makes sense. They're called compare count windows. So you could do things like comparing, if you took the energy sector and comparing the stocks that were moving higher versus the stocks that were moving lower in the energy sector, things like that. Okay, does that make sense? So again, I could just take those two alert windows and run them side by side, and I get only the ones moving higher in green, ones moving lower in red. I just kind of like this presentation. It's just a different way of presenting our data. When I see this AEVA, these are real-time alerts. It just made a new high. Okay? One of the nice things is that, especially when the market, depending what the market's doing, all of a sudden, you may get a sea of green and then just one little red one standing out. You say, well, I wonder what's going on with that one. Okay. Or conversely, a sea of red and then a green. Click on it, see what's happening. All right, guys. I don't know if Dan has started. I don't see a link yet from Steve. I don't know, definitely hasn't given me a link yet. So, but I'm gonna put my announcement up because Dan usually starts a little bit before noon, so just in case he does. So I'm just gonna put my announcement up here on the break, up around 1 p.m. ET. So he hasn't started a live stream yet. Okay. In here, KJ. Okay. I'm just waiting for the link. Okay. So just hang on. We're just waiting for the link. But again, this is the time. He usually does it Wednesdays between 12 and 1 Eastern time. Starts a YouTube stream, and here's the time where you can ask him questions. The CEO of Trade Ideas. Now look at SPR going Spirit. FTC announces divestments of buyout. This is news I'm seeing for Spirit. Okay. Wow. Sorry, guys. This is a wow. My wife is just texting me something, and it's a wow. Wow. KMTS. That was another stellar one on the reversal. But let's take a look, guys. Look what the market's doing now. Again, testing that VWAP again. SPY is testing the VWAP again. All right, so there is the link, guys. Okay, so thank you. Thanks so much, Pepe. So here's the link. Pepe has just put it in. I'll put it in again. So here's a link to go over to YouTube and listen to Dan. Okay. And for those of you who are in YouTube, you have to go. You can come back. Okay. Once he's finished, you can come back into this room. But there is a link for those of you in YouTube. I've just put the YouTube link in to head over and listen to Dan. Okay. So at this point, I'm going to mute myself in both rooms. All right, guys, I'm back in both rooms. I think Dan maybe is still talking. I'm sure he's wrapping up now. I did catch the tail end of what he was talking about. And one thing that caught my attention, he said that maybe next week we'll have way, way, way better news. I think he was talking about the news here. We're not talking about general news, but our news tab. I think he said that hopefully next week. But even if it's not next week, that means they're working on it. Okay, they realize that this news is. I don't want to say it's useless. It's just that it's certainly it's not the most current for intraday. Okay, I mean it's not useless if you want to look back a few days, but so I'll have to see. Hopefully that I'll probably always still use my. Well, it depends. I suppose it really depends on what our news will look like. I've been using Interactive Brokers headline news forever. It's very good, in my opinion. So we'll see. So reading what you just posted there, William, Mr. Burry. Yeah, well, basically, if all that happens, then the market will certainly. I mean, you were trading back in 1996, 97, I'm sure, 98, when all of a sudden the dot-com bubble just absolutely burst. And that was something else. I mean, the NAS, it took years and years and years. I think the high, I want to say it was around 5,000, or maybe I'm wrong, but some number. It took years for it to get back up there, like 10 years. Well, I don't know. I don't know if he's making any postponed announcement from yesterday at 2:30. I have no idea. I'll be gone by then, if there are no questions. Guys, MREO is kind of interesting. I mean, it's having a nice move, and I mean, I wouldn't chase it yet. Well, not yet. I wouldn't chase it. But the next time look to the left is 228 on the monthly chart. That's probably going to be the same as on the weekly chart. And on a monthly chart, the next high is around three. So there is some room. Oh yeah. Well, yeah. That among another thousand, Mike. The WorldCom, yeah, WorldCom got destroyed. I don't even want to call it. Well, that might have been a. I guess it was a dot com. But I'm in those days. All you had to do was say, you know what, we're going to start a website, and boom, your stock would go up. Pets.com. I don't remember which one. It was the absolute poster child, but there were just so many. I remember when Perfumania came out. That was one of the last ones that I can remember. You buy perfumes online. Now, those are the days also when a stock could be, let's just say, sitting at $20, and some analysts had some cachet would come out and say, "We expect this stock to be $100, and it would go to $100 in a minute almost." I mean, almost exaggerating, but not quite. I mean, that was just insane. The action. There was one that yeah did make it, but Amazon even. I mean, you guys know the story behind Amazon. They sold, they lost money. I mean, it wasn't like an overnight success by any stretch. Only when they branched out. and they were able to. Okay, just give me a moment, guys. This MREO is really interesting to me. There's the 200-day moving average, also 213. Tomorrow, I'm going to try to be a little more aggressive because I've just missed out. I missed the boat on so many of these, and they were decent setups. It's not like saying, "Well, okay, yeah, but which one would you pick?" There were some decent setups that I just sort of I got distracted. It's that simple. I just got distracted. Talking about this one, guys, the QCLS, would it get near the VWAP? Well, it certainly did, and it's above it now. SO, is that that's Southern something? Southern Company. Yeah, it is Southern something. Yeah, no kidding. So you took this bounce. There's our guys, very very strong in the free market. Robotic play. Okay, now iRobot has been now up and down for the last little while. Could it have another run? Well, there's the VWAP, $3 or so. That's the VWAP. See if it gets into it and holds, maybe bounces again. And but it's they got to sell, a buy, a sell. So I mean, it's sort of a roller coaster right now, up and down. I'm sort of following this one a little bit, guys. This IE. I mean, if the next high looking left on the daily is around 15, around 1512. So you can kind of see if you can get through 1512. The next high in the weekly would be around 1565. So there is some room for IE to move. All right, this one now is just popping over that resistance area. Okay, this AEVA, that was a high looking left. The high in this day right here. So it's a little bit above that. That is 1310. The next high is 14 something. So there is room for AEVA to move. All right, let's see if this has any oomph in it right now, guys. That's AEVA. Now a lot of volume just came in. It broke a little bit above that high, that daily high. The next high is way up here at 14, so there's certainly room. And not a high float, not a low float. The 200-day moving average is high enough away. And I've been watching the serve. I just thought the serve was too close to something. Yeah, right there. Another one that's very close to that high. That might be just a little off color there, SK. I'm sorry. So you don't want me to ban you, do you? Okay, guys, I'm just in that. I'm wanting to. Hopefully, that AEVA has a bit of a move for me. I'm in it. Just want to see if it has a bit of a move for me. Saw this one yesterday, the BKV. Let's take a look at BKV. What is it doing? I saw this one yesterday. I don't think I'd seen this one before. I know you're doing that on purpose just to torment me, William. Where is it now? Jinx, JANX. Where is it now? Okay, I thought it might have been at 30 or something, but yeah, a nice break off 16, going up to 1726. Yeah. However, this is starting to look like it wants to move. Well, obviously, it looks like it's wanting to start to move down, guys. I mean, this might turn into a short now. But the little sell flag, it's not so much the sell flag, but the 17 break. Remember, for all the reasons it was down yesterday, they're still in existence. It's not like that has, excuse me, it is not like that has just disappeared. Okay. So, Larry, yeah, we'll see you tomorrow. Just looking at some of the ones that came through the gap scan, seeing if there's any action now. So the MPLT, basically, it's right back at the original alert. I mean, serve. It was hard for me to take it so early, but I mean, look at that, 1077, and now got up to what 1123. Those are nice little moves, fairly like. And what I like about it is that look at that 2 minute chart. Look at the wave. The thing for me to look at is, there was only one time in which one of those bars actually pierced down below the low of the wave. Okay, everything else was just sort of hanging right on the top. And that's what I look for when I see a nice when I for me a good wave pattern is something like this. And again, it all depends on the time frame you're looking at. When you look at a 5-minute chart, it looks very good also. I'm going to continue to watch AEO, guys. I want to see how it closes. Does it close near the high of the day? The high of the day was up here around 24.49. Does it close near the high? It's been a little bit choppy. Okay, that's what I like to see. Little AEVA up here. No, again, AEVA. I mean, there's your next high up here, 1408. Not saying it's going to get there, but that's what made it attractive to me. Had a lot of room to move before it would hit that next high. I think I caught some of Dan's talk, absolutely trashing people whose indicators, not you people, but no, but seriously, just trashing people or trashing the idea of using indicators. Okay, guys, it is now 1:15, so I'm going to go over my homepage one last time today, and just remind people. I really think that tomorrow could be the end of the promo. Maybe it'll last to the end of the month or the end of the week, but the email did say, good to December 2nd, so it has been extended. There's no email that goes out and says it's been extended. It just is. So again, you click on my homepage link, and you will find a way in which you can take out a subscription. So we've got the big promo, the Barry 30. Well, that'll get you 30% off a premium annual. You'll get 25% off the other three plans. The other three plans meaning a premium monthly, a standard monthly, or a standard annual. You can get 30% off the premium annual, 25% off and remember, the monthly, it's for the first month only, okay? The discount is good for only the first month. And as always, use my code. Whatever the code is, it really helps to keep the rooms free. The company tracks the use of all these promo codes that are out there. If they see my code being used enough, they'll say, okay, we'll keep the rooms free. And for those of you in YouTube, if there's anybody left, I'm probably most went over to hear Dan, and I don't know how many came back. Anyway, there is another room, the trading room, in which you can come into. This is a much more active room. And it's also open later, okay? Later meaning I usually take off sometime between 2 and 2:30 Eastern Time. Always stay later if there are questions. I know I say that all the time, but I will. Somebody asked me yesterday, "Why am I leaving so early?" And I said, "Well, yesterday I did have an appointment. I had to be somewhere, but I don't have to leave early or early. I don't have to leave. But if there are no questions, I just don't feel like hanging around." So, it's that simple. So the trading room, though, when I do leave, is usually open later by or kept open later by William. Today says 3:45. So on a big day, this room is open at from 6:45 a.m. to 4 o'clock. Okay, on a big day meaning probably during earnings season, getting more into earnings season. But William has been keeping the room open, yeah, usually around 3:45. So so you can always come up because I do have to shut YouTube down. Now, you take out a subscription, the first thing you must do is go to, well, before I do that, scroll down a little bit more, clicking on my homepage link and scrolling down all the way down to here. You can sign up for the trade of the week. It is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. If you sign up for it and you don't think you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder before you contact us, okay? Saying, hey, I'm not getting it. You check those two folders, it's not there, fine. Contact us. And we'll try to figure out why you're not getting it. So if you do take out a subscription, first thing to do is go to that education section and down here, getting started with trade ideas. 12 short videos to get you started. Don't have trade ideas, but wondering about it, start off with the second video and go to the end. That should give you an idea, a good enough idea about whether or not it's something you might want to try for at least a month. Okay. You can always cancel. There's no long-term commitment month to month. Okay. Back to basics. New to trading for you. Free. 15 videos. Last, if you're looking for what I am sharing, you if you clicked on my homepage link, just scroll down a little bit and here's what I am currently sharing with everybody. You don't need a premium service. This is all, everything you see here is part of our standard service. Well, 160, did you not? I have no idea when you talk about putting up the money machine, you're talking about live, uh, uh, so that it connects to your live account. I have no idea if that's the real question. I have no idea. I asked, I think, didn't you ask that question before? I suggest you to go to YouTube between 12 and 1. You could have asked that question to the CEO because I don't have the answer to that. I mean, the money machine is out right now in simulation mode, but okay. But I'm sure Dan must have been asked that question. All right, guys. So if you're looking for, this is the information I'm currently sharing. Two races: a large cap race and a volatile race, a wide open race. Here's the movers to the upside versus the movers to the downside. Just two competing strategies, working off against each other. Anything in green means the stock made a new high for the day, with other filters in place, of course. Anything in red that comes through means the stock made a new low for the day, with filters in place. The filters are basically competing. Most of the filters are going to be the same, like a price range, a minimum volume, and things like that. And what can be flipped will be flipped. So if I look at the configure here and we click on the summary, notice we do have something called the flip. So you could take a strategy like this one, okay, and you could say, okay, if the price is between 2 and 50 and the current volume is at least 300,000 shares minimum, etc., and up 2%, at least 2% from yesterday's close, etc. If all these filters are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. But you could also flip that just to give you the reverse look. In other words, instead of new highs, you do lows. The only thing you can flip here is the price has to be down at least 2% from yesterday's close. You can't flip a volume or a price range and things like that. So basically, it takes two competing strategies and runs them off. Who's winning? I'm not sure you heard my answer, 160. So what do I do? In the pre-market, this is what I use. The pre-market actives up, the pre-market actives down. Here are the Halls resumes over here. This is my gap continuation or reversal scan is right here. It's funny, now that I've got it up and running, and I don't think I had it up and running for probably at least 6 months. Now I sort of wonder, why did I not want to see this anymore? I have a feeling, not that a lot of these are earnings plays, but we're just getting, enough stocks that are gapping either up or down because the stock has to gap. The first print of the day has to be at least 4% above yesterday's close or 40, and 50 cents, either up or down. Now, when we're in earnings season, we see a lot of stocks like that. But well, my guess, I don't even think more. In fact, I'll do a check to see what are the earnings plays from there. So let's take a look. KMTS, I don't think was an earnings play. Pretty sure it wasn't. Nope. Serve, not an earnings play. AEVA, not an earnings play. Genie, not an earnings play. IE, not an. So I mean, hardly any earnings plays, which is really good. It means that this can still produce without it being an earnings season. Okay. What, it's not even one? I'm just looking at the earnings date column. I know that one is not. Some of them just had news on their own, of course, which would cause a gap. Macy's is an earnings play. Okay, that is the only earnings play, I believe. Grinder, I don't think is. NPLT is definitely not. I don't think IE is. Yeah, there's only one earnings play. Amazing. Amazing to me because I thought that would die without, if you start to run it inside of earnings season. 160. Did you hear me? Sorry. Now, I had marginal profit in the AEVA if I wanted it, but I'm looking for more. It may not. It may not do it. You guys are talking about kit. I saw somebody posting something about kit earlier. Not a kit. Okay, robotics. Okay, the robotics play. Well, QCLS, I think it's getting back into the VWAP, isn't it? Yeah, you can see another, it pulled back into the VWAP and held a little bit anyway. We're going to try 160 one last time. 160, did you hear me? All right, guys. Time is it now? 1:28. So I may only have about 30 minutes left. If there are no questions after around 2 o'clock, I may take off. So you have any questions stored up? Good time to answer or ask them. Okay, I don't see any questions right now. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put myself on mute. If there's a question, I'll come back on the mic and answer. I have something to say, I'll come back on the mic. But at this point, I'll just put myself on mute. Yeah, go Ken. Unfortunately, we do not have EMAs. Okay, we do not have EMAs at all. So yeah, we don't have SM. We don't have now. When you talk about okay, but even an alert. If you're talking about an alert, okay. Now the price lower than the open. That's easy enough. Okay, that's easy enough. But the even like a 10 SMA crossing up above the VWAP on a 1 minute chart. No, you can create kind of a filter for that, but that's not going to give you an alert. If you want the alert to be that even like a 10 SMA crossing the VWAP, we don't have that. Can't do it. Not as an alert. Okay, as far as seeing it on a list, um, yeah, on 1 minute, no. Still, even on 1 minute, no. Because have you ever created a custom formula? No. Okay. Well, I want to show you. Just want to show you something then, because this is what you have. This is all you have to. Let me show you what I'm talking about. These are the data. So you can create custom formulas based on these data points. Okay. Um, we don't have the VWAP one. Number one, we just have the VWAP for the day. Okay. We don't have the VWAP 1 minute. We can now. You can create something that will show. Oh, good. Just give me a moment, guys. The AEVA just took a little pop for me. And this is all we have for SMAs that you can use. There is probably an SMA 8 Let me just bring up. There's one other screen I want to show you. Yeah. So these are. I think there might be an SMA 8. This is an advanced topic. Very few of our customers do this. Okay, use custom formula. I don't. I don't use them anymore. But we had an SMA 8. Not. I could have sworn we had an. Pepe, am I wrong? I thought we had an SMA 8. If you keep doing this, I'm probably not going to see it. It is on the other list. I see 20. I see 50. I see 200. Yeah, but those are those are not exactly the same. You're talking about guys. I'm sorry, AEVA working really well for me now. Yeah, there is not. I mean, you can. Here's the VWAP. Okay, obviously you could say things like, okay, the five SMA. Okay, five SMA and a 2 minute chart close to the VWAP because here it is. Yeah, you're right. Here's a 2 and 5. So you could say, is it close to the VWAP? Just give me a moment, okay? I'm a little excited about my AEVA trade now. I'll tell you what, unusual. Why don't you? He can't message you, okay? But why don't you just put it in here? He says he's got one done, okay? He's got one done. Why don't you just put the formula in, and then I'll show him how he can create it, okay? Okay. Just, so give, so I don't have to do it. I don't have to. Okay, just being lazy, perhaps. Because if he puts it in here, then I can just show you, what, how you put it into, how do you create a custom formula using it? Pretty simple. Okay, well, he'll put the formula in here, okay? And then I'll just show you guys how you can create your custom formula, or how, the steps. Basically, what happens is it creates a filter. It just creates a new filter based on the data points. So I'm watching the QCLS also. It is still holding above the VWAP, I think. Okay, so here's his formula that you can try. You can see what sort of alerts you get from it. So what you would do is you would go into, I'll give you the link. This is the link called the formula editor. I'll give you the link. Okay, so when you click on the formula editor, I hope this is hopefully what you're going to see. Why don't I have, oh, I see. Oh, I've got some kind of an error. Ah, I know why. Just give me a moment, okay? They made me change my password too. Just give me a moment. Oh man, it's taking me to a screen that I'm not aware of. Why did it do that? Just give me a moment. There in the guide, there's the whole section on creating custom formulas. Oh, good. Okay, this is what you should see. Okay, and so I'll just show you this. I mean, it doesn't matter what this is, but when you edit it, okay. So when you do it, if you've never done one before, it'll be called U0, the first one, and then you copy and paste exactly what was in there. Okay, now I see what's happened. Also, just give me a moment, guys. I get this. I got to get my. Yeah, I've never really done that using it from within the TI app. Do you think it's easier? Perhaps it's easier. Okay. I've always just done this. I mean, I don't usually do this, but I guess you can do it from from the app. Well, let's okay. You did it on T. Okay. Well, you understand that it'll look sort of the same because you'll have a box and you put that code in. You put that formula in here. Okay. And then you give it a name because you can always search on it. Okay, so give it a name that makes sense for you. Maybe, SMA crop, whatever that is. Okay. And even units, you don't have to worry about anything else really. And then you just save it. Okay. And then that becomes a filter like any other filter. It becomes a filter that that's why I'm saying you can search on it. Come on. Okay. It becomes a filter. You'll see it right at the very bottom and where you can put a min and a max. Now, in that particular case, you probably want to put 1 in the min to make it true, okay? To make the formula true. What you're trying to do is find stocks that meet the requirement. So I'm guessing you'll have to put a 1 in the min box, and that just makes don't look at this, but that makes the formula true. Okay? Yeah, I've never done it here. Oh, okay. You can just put it in here. Okay, I guess that makes sense. As Pepe is saying though, before make sure you don't overwrite an existing one. I guess that's easier, sure. But I haven't written a custom formula in years. Here's a new one. Okay, this could be interesting. AARD. When I say new one, this is the first time I've seen this today. Okay, AARD, and again coming right into a resistance like a line. That line there, that is the next high on a daily chart. Would have happened this week right here, the week of October 2nd, and there was a high right there, a daily high. The week looks like it's almost the weekly high. So if it can take that out, it looks like that high is about 1216. If it takes that out, the next high looking left is 1286. So there is some room, guys, some room if it can take out that high. I'm going to put a price alert around 1215. Okay. Because if it takes that out, then your next high is at 13 or so. So there is certainly room for this one to run. It's pulled back a little bit. I'm talking about the AARD. What's the volume like? Yeah, not great. 400,000 at this time of day. All right, guys, I'll mute myself again. If you have a question, I'll hop back on the mic. So this is what you're talking about, eh, man? Yeah, Raymond James putting a $47 price target on AARD, and the stock is sitting at what price now? 11.95 or 11, yeah, just around $12. So pretty aggressive price target. Meanwhile, Ivanhoe just breaking above this area here. A little late for me now to do anything, but well, William, you looks like you're right about the AEO not having the same fundamentals as the other two, being more fairly priced, I guess, or not as so. Because this is not, I'm not surprised, but I mean, I was thinking that this could hold over 24. It might still, but I mean, it's underneath the VWAP now. Definitely not acting the same way as Urban and A&F did on their earnings days. Definitely not the same. Yeah, you can see, look at A&F. A&F, this is this yellow line right there. That is its earnings day. Look where it closed right at the high, right at the high. I don't know if Urban did the same, but that is a massive difference. Yeah, look at that. Urban closed right at the high. All right, guys, it's just about 2 o'clock now. So if there are no more questions, I will take off. If you have a question, I can always hang around for questions, okay? But if there are no questions, I am going to take off. I'll give it another minute or so. I will start off, though, as always, by thanking everybody for all the help all day long. The main room will open at 6:45 Eastern time tomorrow. I'll open YouTube at around 8:30. Get on the mic at 9 for both rooms. For those of you in YouTube right now, if you want to hang around in the main room until 3:45, you can do so. This is my homepage link, and just click on it, and you will see trading room. Okay, so you can come into the main room. It's still going to be open till 3:45. Nobody's on the mic or no screen. Well, I'll have my screen will still be displayed. I'll put it in surf mode. But I don't see any questions, so I think I will take off. So thanks. We'll see you guys tomorrow. And I do have to shut the YouTube room down right now.